Alright, there we go. Gonna see how this goes, gonna see how this turns out. Let's have a little fun. Sit back, relax, turn on the radio, regret every decision you made up to this point, and have a good time. You know, that would probably help if I didn't have the stream unlisted. For some reason, the YouTube Studio is not showing anybody watching, but the average view duration has somehow increased. It's gone up from 1 minute and 32 seconds to 2 minutes and 2 seconds. So I guess YouTube is lying to me about something. Oh, there it goes. It disappeared. Yeah, apparently it does. It's really funny. Some people have been deleting their comments. Like, they posted and they're like, oh, I figured it out, and then they delete it. And YouTube still counts the comment for like a day or so. It's really weird. Oh man, and now it's jumped down to 6 seconds. Make up your mind, man. It's one or the other, YouTube. One or the other. Oh yeah, let me know if the audio levels are any good, by the way. There's a reason I'm doing this stream right now, doing the test stream. Because I don't know, and I'd rather get this worked out before Friday. Was that close enough? Yes, it was. Okay, good. Alright, good to know. Hopefully it stays good and it doesn't just... Oh my god. YouTube Studio, make up your mind. It just did it again. Anyways, if anything does sound wonky, let me know. Gotta love the wonky analytics. I haven't actually checked the demographic I have, but I assume it's kind of all over the place, because you got rail fans who are like in their 60s and 70s, and then you've also got younger people like myself who are like 20s, maybe even younger. I would check, but I don't know how to do that on my phone, and every time I tab out of the game it just cuts the audio, and I don't want to be doing that for a stream. Yeah, welcome to the club. I know my dad watches my content because I sent it to him because he wanted me to edit a video for him, and I had to show him the video to show I could do it. He might make a guest appearance on the channel soon, but like, it's gonna take a while to edit that video down. We'll see. We'll see. Boiler pressure is good. Okay, so we can just kick back and ride the train downhill. We don't have to touch anything anymore. Let's go. I love this bridge. It's such a good bridge. You know, it's kind of funny going down this route nowadays, because back when I first started playing, I thought these curves were nice, big, and generous. And now that they've updated the splines so that you actually know what the radius is and, like, have to worry about that more, it's hilarious to see these are literally the sharpest curves you can lay. I didn't change the thumbnail for my stream, did I? You can really tell this is a test stream with that. Alright, well, I guess I have to do that real quick. Change thumbnail, please, please, please. Yeah, just a mistake. Alright, there we go. Better, better. Yeah, I was checking my phone to try and download the YouTube Studio app, and I look over and I'm like, it says I'm live. That's kind of cool. Wait a minute, why does it say Splatoon? I know my last stream was Splatoon, not this one though. Well, it should be good now, hopefully. If not, I am going to be sad. I think no, I don't remember what train I have set up down here. We might be going to the smelter here. So I can show what my solution is, but basically I did the bridge that we did over the Iron Mine Valley. Effective, but kind of boring. I kind of wonder if anybody's gonna make a bridge where they actually lower the tracks a little bit so that they can make the bridge without having to do the double layer stuff, and then they raise it back up to reach the smelter. That'd be interesting. Gone around the valley. Yeah, I originally considered doing that, but I'm thinking of doing like another playthrough on this map and recording it, because so far nobody's actually posted any videos from what I can tell, from what I've looked up. Nobody's played it. At least nobody on YouTube has played it. Many people have played it. I've gotten so many Discord messages like, oh, I love your map, dude. But, yeah, going around the valley is definitely the best solution, or like the easiest one, you know? No OBS? Oof. Maybe I'll have to take a detour to the bridge then, and show that off really quick. But first, we got a pile of logs we gotta deliver. And also some, there's a train of lumber and beams that's already set up and ready to roll, and I'm planning to take that one to the iron mine, so... rip. Well, at least you could stop in for a moment. And hey, on the plus side, that gives me more time to do something else, and then I can go to the smelter. Okay, here's the steepest part of the hill. You can really hear it chuffing hard. It's on full brake already. There's nothing I can do. Well, I could take off the regulator, but it's more fun this way. You gotta have the risky stuff. Yeah, relaying that part of the route is kind of important. This is a whopping 4.5%, dude. It's yikes. So in this version, I've edited that portion. It's now down to 3.8, so it's not quite as bad, but still no good. We can actually take off the brake finally. We're off the hill. We're good. No derailments. Yet. Hello, welcome, welcome. Gotta throw the switch real quick. No. Trying to grab the stream link on my phone, but it's not showing up for some reason. Oh boy. Oh, there we go. We got it. We got it. Alright, logs delivered, and I guess we gotta put this train away now. Oh yeah, something funny happened this morning. Somebody had a map open, right? Their world was open. It said, Luna Ridge Lumber, no pass, or something like that. And I decided, you know what, it'll be fun to join somebody's world. Maybe I can run the Shay down the hill. And I join, and I start moving the Shay. The guy comes over, hits the brakes, and then closes the server instantly and opens it without the password. If you're gonna say no password, dude, then expect people to join. Still, fun to see somebody was actually playing the map, though. And it was really funny because I forgot that because I had played on this map already, I don't spawn at the spawn region, and so I was already up at the top of the hill when I joined in. So there you go, fun little story. Oh god, we're blocking the crossing. I mean, nobody's on the server, but I better get this train off of it fast. we're good, we're good. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Oh, we can kick this caboose, I think, or way car, whatever. Just let her drift a little bit. Yeah, there she goes. Yeah, I feel like there's probably some things I could have done better with the custom map, but hey, I'm proud of it. I'm happy with how it's turned out, and I'm happy that everybody's having so much fun with it. It's great to see that a month and a half of my work was like actually useful to people, you know? We can drop off these logs, put this engine in the shed, and then go pick up the other train that's just waiting for us right now. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. God, it's only at 10%, and this thing sounds like it's hauling the entirety of 2 mammoths or something like that. Kind of impressive, honestly. Alright, break off. Yeah, it's kind of funny, but also kind of cool, you know. Trademark. Yeah, geared locomotives do just sound like that. Can confirm. Oh. Should I just leave the engine here with it sticking into the door just a little bit? Or should I actually park it fully in the house? Important question. Fully outside. You know what, we'll do it, we'll do it. We'll drive it through the doors and leave it on the outside of this building just to make people irritated. There we go, perfect. It even fits in such a way that it's not blocking this track that we're standing on right now. Perfect. Alright, Annabelle, you're gonna just sit here for a moment, and I'm gonna go run that train over there. Alright, let's see here. And now we can actually get to the rest of the map rather than sitting here doing Shay stuff like everybody's probably been doing on this. Yeah, this is the custom map. This is my, my playtest playthrough. Which, it's actually kind of funny. I got the name back there on the tender, Tier Bridge in Albany, from a different custom map, which I hope to showcase on the channel eventually. Basically, it was like, it was 2 switching puzzles, team-based competition. It was a blast, and I came up with the name on the spot, and I'm like, okay, well, I gotta keep this and use it for my own railroad. So now we have the Tier Bridge in Albany on the custom map. Oh man, this thing... Oh. I was wondering why we're moving so slowly, because we're at 50% regulator, and then I remembered, we're not building boiler pressure right now. I'm an idiot. It's fine. Alright, the switch is set correctly. All is well. I guess we're gonna sort of be moving at a snail's pace for a couple of minutes because of that mistake, though. Whoops. Come on, we're so close. We can build boiler pressure, right? Come on, game, come on. There we go. So yeah, this is the custom map. We're currently taking a load down to the iron mine. 6 cars, half and half, beams and lumber, 1 caboose, 1 locomotive at Glenbrook. Pretty simple stuff. Aside from the custom map part, but like, eh. Alright, so here's a fun part. This downhill run. I completely relayed it, which is kind of a crazy thing to do, considering that I've basically laid this track 3 times on this one map, but it is no longer like the original map, where it sticks to the right-hand wall. It kind of swaps over multiple times before making it down, so there's something fun to look at. I haven't personally found many custom maps out there. I've seen Humanity Kills' hardcore map. I've seen Sheridan.dk or whatever it is with like a whole bunch of maps compiled, but even then it was only like 5 maps total. It's kind of a shame that there's not too many maps out there, because these are a blast, you know? Completely changes up the gameplay for the better, in my opinion, and, well, I was going to go somewhere with that statement. My train of thought derailed before leaving the station. Yeah, we're almost to the big bridge. I forgot about this one. There's this massive iron bridge that we have on this map that spans the canyon. Yeah, that is very true. There's no, like, unification for what maps that I... Well, I guess Sheridan.dk does have, like, a bunch of them, but you are right. A lot of them aren't really compiled in a nice, neat region where you can easily access them, and there probably are more that people haven't shared publicly. I know I've seen a couple of where, like, some friends basically just rebuilt the map themselves, but only for themselves, and built the tracks, or built the industries around the tracks rather than the tracks around the industry, so I'm willing to bet you're right that there's, like, a lot more of them out there that nobody knows about. Yeah, here's the bridge. Everybody's favorite random steel bridge that just shoots straight across a river for no reason. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Also, might as well check again. If there are any audio issues, if the game sounds louder than I am, or there's some disparity that you think should be fixed, please let me know. This is a test stream after all. I'm trying to, like, rough things out so that they're okay once we get to Friday. So that way I don't have to deal with all these troubles, because we already had the foolish mistake where I left the Splatoon thumbnail on the stream. I'm so embarrassed by that. Sounds good to you? Yeah, alright, good, good. Just want to make sure. Coming up on a junction here. Your city doesn't have a railroad? What kind of city do you live in? Oh, yeah, okay, wait. My brain was hopping around the US trying to think of, like, some city that's not connected by rail, and, like, Let's not go too fast down this hill. We don't want to derail. Yeah, that makes a little more sense to me. Though it also does suck if you're like in the UK, because like there's so many railroads there. Kind of impressive to have a town without one, you know? Here's some good camera angles. Oh, I probably hit the brakes a little too hard there. Let's put it down to 30. 1 hour and 30 minutes isn't... I was about to say it isn't too bad of a drive, but no, it's the opposite. It's kind of like a day trip sort of thing. Tallyclin is a fun railway to look at. I always feel like I'm mispronouncing that name so horribly. Wehehe. Yeah, it's just always so weird because there's no C there. Where's that come from? Man, pronunciations are fun. Yeah, Tallyclin. Oh, we're headed for the oil field. Oops. Well, we better be careful. I know I parked a train over there the other day. Yeah, Welsh names are always hard for an American like me to figure out. But for the Tallyclin, I always find myself second guessing myself. I'm like, oh no, it's Tallylin. No, no, it's not. And then the both halves of my brain just start fighting it out. Yep, there's the locomotive. There's the train over there. You know, one thing I haven't done in this world yet, down here at the oil field valley, I haven't added an engine facility. I really should, especially since they're going to be adding coal towers eventually. second load done for today. Let's go set some switches real quick and go for a third. Alright, we're all set. Let's get this show back on the road. That's going alright. How's it hanging? Just vibing right now. Running some empty cars up to the smelter to go get some raw iron. I find it funny, I'm just casually saying running it up to the smelter as if that's a normal thing to do, with the smelter valley being a valley. Alright, this hill is really steep, I forgot about that. God, I love this view. Train climbing over the river. Just don't look down and see that the river isn't there. Yeah, the ironworks is stupid hard on this map. I love it and I hate it at the same time. I'm really curious to see how other people have done it, because I don't know if there's like a perfect solution, and I doubt there is, but I always love seeing people experiment, you know? Like, that's the fun of these sorts of games. There's one challenge, And everybody has a different solution for it. Yeah, exactly, exactly. A struggle can be a nice challenge. And fortunately, the ironworks is like near the end of the game rather than the early parts of the middle. But even so, man, that thing is tough. Oof. 4%, baby. Everybody loves him. I think my route has a 3.5% on it. I mean, we're gonna see it in a second. Well, not a second, probably like half an hour, considering how long it takes for a train to run from point A to point B, but we'll see that route in a little bit. So 4.5% up, then you reverse in and switch cars using the... Ah, yeah, yeah. Honestly, the Inglenook strategy with push-pull operations isn't a horrible idea. I avoided it just because I wanted to run mainline trains up there, but... I used to do that on the basic map, where it had like a second railroad for the 2 mines and the smelter, but that was back when splines were really stupid to lay, and also I accidentally saved over my backup copy of the save, and so I completely permanently lost all the progress I made going to the coal mine. I did have a backup before I went to the coal mine, but at that point I was just defeated. I also overbuilt the track everywhere, so I do not regret leaving that map in the dust. But it was a fun idea. One thing I'm wondering if somebody's going to try is, on the custom map here, is if they're going to use the Luna Ridge Log Company as a way to get to the smelter, or the ironworks, because, you know, it's already got steep grades, you already got a steep locomotive, or a geared locomotive, why don't you just run cars up there that way? Oh no! What? Hello? What happened? Ah, boy. Well, I guess this is good for content. Glenbrook B2 Speedy, yeah. See, there's this really weird kink in the bridge, and I keep derailing on it. Like, as soon as you hit the part where this curve here begins, the train just jumps the track and decides to do this sort of thing. Does anybody have any cups lying around real quick? We might need a couple of them. The ironworks is up here on this little ledge to the right of the iron mine. I hope my my cursor is being picked up. Oh, okay, it is. I can see that on the stream replay. Physics. Everybody's favorite. Alright, let me catch up on messages now that the chaos has died down. Then I have another train run and switch the industries in the valley. Honestly, I was considering doing a strategy like that where you have a yard sort of where the Y is, but I decided against it. Don't know why. It is a good idea. I like the plan. After the climb, we pretty much ended up right next to the loading dock. Oh, nice. Man, maybe I need some way that people can send me screenshots of the Railroad Studio maps or something, so I can see how people have tackled all these challenges. That'd be fun. Yeah, push-pull service is good some days, you know? Oh, I forgot the marker lights in the caboose. Oops. Not that it really matters, because I'm the only one playing this right now, but still, oops. Oh man, speaking of cursed things... Don't own a caboose? Yeah, it is good to have a caboose if you're going to do push-pull, but... That's kind of the fun of these games. You don't have to do that, you know? You have to drive through a turntable? The lumber is horrible at the ironworks. I cannot deny. It absolutely sucks. Because it's so close to that little lip where it goes up, you know? Alright, now we can start getting the locomotive back on the tracks. Fun fact about the 20-car trains, I used to do them myself, but since I started doing multiplayer with people more often, I've started doing shorter and shorter trains, and now we're down to 6 cars because of how abysmal the render distance is. Okay, we have the tender. Good, good. Anyways, cursed thing. I was talking about a cursed thing a moment ago. Somebody I know has built up, what has he built? He built tracks over, like, the loading docks and unloading docks. Mostly unloading docks, but at, like, the smelter, you know how the smelter has the weird indent for cordwood? Yeah, he built tracks over both that and the iron unloading place. It's really funny. I use 10 to 12 car trains for single player. Yeah, I do 10 to 12 cars too, on my other save. For the Skyline Valley, we have a Glenbrook, a Mosca, a Cook Mogul, a Cook Consolidation, and a Class 70, and I typically run 12-car trains, though I've recently, whenever I boot up the save, I for some reason go for 36-car double headers. It's absolute insanity, but it's a blast. Realized you needed another line. That's funny. Alright, we're all re-railed. We are good to back this up. Yeah, the cordwood thing is pretty nasty. Currently, this version of the map is not available for anybody. I'm considering publishing it, but at the same time, like, I'm still running a couple of the endgame trains. I haven't run any oil barrels yet. But, well, it would show off the track. Getting the track down there is a bit tricky, but it's sort of like getting it to the smelter, you know? One thing you could do is have it follow along this side of the valley that I'm on right now, and then like go down and around the long way at a nice smooth 1%. I've done that before. It looks really good, but it can also be a bit hard to do, but yeah, I wish the render distance was also infinite, because it would make things so much better if, like, we could go into the graphics settings over here and the view distance actually did something for clients, but alas, at least the game functions, I guess, but still, it would be nice if they could fix that in the next update. At least it functions. Man, my bar has gotten so bad and so low after I quit Railroad. Alright, we got the train back together. Let's go. An S-bend is already nasty enough, but an S on a curve, like, so big that it actually looks like an S? Oh, wow, that takes skill, man. That takes skill. Also, is it just me? Or did going to the graphics menu screw up the graphics? I might have to reload the game. Josh, if you want, you could try and go for a 4% and take, like, the most direct route. Is it the most elegant solution? No, but, like, it's functional, you know? And once you get an idea built, usually that can help kickstart an idea in your head and get you moving on the right track and find the right solution that's best for you, you know? So, I don't know if you finished the 3% or not, but if you didn't, give it a try. Okay, I am definitely going to have to reload the game. I hate the glitchy graphics so much. Well, let's get this train parked first, I guess. Oh yeah, here's the... I know the person who was talking about this earlier isn't here right now, but here's the giant bridge we built to get to the smelter. It somehow functions. Alright, that's probably good enough. So we pull into the smelter. Alright, I'm gonna quickly restart the game because I do not like these visually... Visualies? What am I saying? I don't like how glitchy the visuals feel right now, so... Slot 8. Let's go ahead and leave the session. I guess I'll do this real quick. Play host, tier bridge, Albany. Yeah, you got the keyboard ASMR, everybody. Alright, let's turn this back on. Alright, we're back. We're alive. The graphics have been fixed. Everything is good. Alright, have a good one, man. See you around. My favorite locomotive... I am a sucker for the Glenbrook, too. I love myself a good six-wheeled, six-drivers locomotive. And the Glenbrook looks better than the Cook 260, in my opinion. The Cook looks good, but since it's getting that graphical overhaul, I've sort of held off until we get that with the update. So I think the Glenbrook is my favorite engine for looks alone right now, but once we get the Cook Mogul update, I think that'll be my favorite. Yeah, I'm hoping that it'll be just like the 2802. It should probably get a speed increase. I assume it's basically just going to be, we made the textures different and gave it a speed boost. It may be a new whistle or something. Because as it stands right now, it just feels a bit bland, you know? Like, it's not bad. It's just not very... Like, this thing has so much more life to it. I don't know why, but... Yeah, I think... If you look at the preview images, I'm planning to do a video in a week talking about like what we know about the updates based off of the teasers we've been given and the rumors that I've heard. If you look at the photos that they've provided, one of the images looks exactly like the Eureka, like one of the silhouette video. Sorry, I should be talking while I'm whistling. One of the silhouette pictures, it has two locomotives in it side by side, and the closer one looks exactly like the Eureka, and the farther one looks like it has the same pattern as the closer one. And I guess I should explain. The sand dome, the whistle, the smokestack, the wheel arrangement, everything just points towards this being a 440. And since we already have the Eureka and it's such an old model and old engine, I wouldn't be surprised to see it get updated. And what was the other thing? That model that they're giving out for the contest, that might be a locomotive we're getting, or it might just be a different kind of Eureka. I don't know. I'm not too smart with all the locomotives here in this game, but they also had one of those one of their news images was a Eureka at the forefront, so who knows, maybe we're getting another one soon, or not another one, but a new skin for the Eureka. That would be fun. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Oh god, the Uinta? That thing is gonna be a behemoth. Oh. I think it's gonna be hilarious to see the Uinta. If somebody's gonna do a double header with Uintas and pull like 1,700 cars or something like that. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. God, I remember something kind of funny. In one of the servers that I had joined for a short amount of time, there was one person who kept bragging about the fact that they had pulled 100 cars around his crazy track network. Somebody decided to load onto his save at one point, and they counted. He only had 49 cars to his name. Damn it, I pressed enter on accident. Yeah, that happens to the best of us. Yeah, the Eureka in the picture does have the same options, but something about it feels more crisp than the one we have now, you know? I can't really put my finger on it, but it also seems kind of weird that they would use that as a thumbnail picture, you know? Like they're using this really old locomotive that has classically been hated on and dunked on. Yeah, it looks shinier, exactly. I blame Cotton for all the Eureka hate. That is true. They have used the almost old Cook 260, but is this a private world? I could share the password, but yeah, right now it is. Oh, we're parked on the switch? Eh, screw it, whatever. We've already derailed once. What's another derailment worth? The green engine, from what I've heard, is a class 60. So it's kind of, I mean, I don't know for sure. This is, again, all hearsay and stuff, but diesel facilities. Yeah, diesel would be fun. Even if only we got like a few tiny diesels, but wonder if the coal towers spawn full. I feel like they're probably not going to. I don't know for sure, obviously. I don't have any insider knowledge or anything, but I suspect the coal towers will spawn empty just because we've already got the cordwood depots or whatever. Unless, actually, it could be like the cordwood depots where, yeah, exactly. Where the input spawns empty, but the output spawns full. That I could see. I could totally see that happening. Coal towers will spawn empty. Have they confirmed this? I admittedly haven't really read the news articles too much, but... Okay, unloading this one, unloading this one. Oh, okay. Good to know, good to know. Alright, let's pull this thing forward and pick up those cars on the siding there. That'll be fun. I got a recommendation from somebody today, I think, kind of, where I should make another custom map where there's enough industries to have two railroads that can work semi-independently from one another. And what was it? brain just all that. Right. Somebody was suggesting that basically one railroad uses coal only and the other uses firewood only, and that could be a lot of fun. It would be a little crazy limiting two teams to certain things, but at the same time, it would be an absolute blast. I left a train on the main line once. It was really funny. I left a single car, actually. And I left it on the main line. And I was bringing like a 24-car train of coal down from the coal mine to the ironworks. And the car was in the middle of the spawn yard. And, yeah, I just rammed it so hard that it got sent to Narnia. The train kept moving. The train didn't care. It just plowed straight through. But the car, yeah. Yeah, I also heard some other locomotives other than the Class 60 as a possibility, but I don't remember what they are either. It was like some Class 60 rebuild, at least. Um, who knows what it was. It's kind of nice, though, because, like, I've ridden behind a locomotive recently that looks kind of like that. Okay, actually, no. I didn't ride behind it recently. I will be riding behind it soon, but I went out to see the Polson Log Company locomotive, which I'm sure some of you have probably seen that YouTube short that I made on it. But I like that look, you know? I like the look of those sorts of weird, stubby logging engines. Transfer facilities would be neat too. Yeah, that would be cool. I feel like it would be a bit hard to add more gauges to the game, unfortunately. Not because of like any workload necessarily, but balancing it and making it interesting, and so newer players can actually understand what the gauge differences are, etc., etc. It might have been planned. It might have been also one of those old plans that probably got scrapped before the drama broke out. Is the Glenbrook my main engine right now? This one is, but I have 4 other locomotives in total. Oh yeah, Railroader is going to be so much fun. I can't wait for that. It looks so good. The way they're handling the contracts, I don't think you can build tracks in it, but like that's okay. That's acceptable. We're here to run trains. We're here to have fun. Yeah, thank you, thank you. I'm glad people have been enjoying the map because again, that was a month and a half of work, and I am very pleased that it's paid off and people are enjoying it. I know I've had a blast playing it. It was a lot of fun to make, and I think it's even more fun now that it's actually complete, and I can share it with people. It's also even more fun to actually be running the trains rather than sitting around looking at a screen and editing the coordinates over and over and over again. I'm excited for it because the transition period is my favorite time period. Yeah, I like that time period too. I love it because, like, you get Steam, you get Diesel, you get all things good. They have the Little River 110. I don't know the Little River 110 off the top of my head. Is that like the mogul that they showed off in the or the prairie or whatever it was? I don't remember off the top of my head. Okay, Lincoln pin. Back this up. Do I have a Discord? I do not at the moment, but this is not the first time I've been asked about it in the last week or so. I'm considering making one just to have like a little place for people to vibe and do stuff. I'm so descriptive. Vibe, share their worlds, maybe play together. I might do it. My map is especially good because I got that intro sequence. Yeah. I actually worked on another train-based video game before that also sort of works with the limited track. Yes, Pollard, that one did get deleted just because it was so inactive and basically people would just spam the cursed channel once every blue moon. So don't worry, I didn't single you out and kick you. But yeah, anyways, Railroute, I used to work on that game. I quit after the development team kinda basically screwed over the game for cash. But it was a very good learning experience. It wasn't the first time I'd done game design, but it was the first time I'd done actual video game design, and the importance of having a starting track to guide the player is just absolutely huge in a map like this and in a game like this. This is what happens to rail. Oh no, it was way worse on Railroute. Trust me. They made decisions that weren't just like, oh, they're doing eye candy or something. They specifically made decisions and added mechanics and that were detrimental to what made the game fun in the first place, especially long term. So yeah, Railroads Online doesn't exactly have the best track record and isn't necessarily headed in the best direction, but it's not like that thing's going down in flames as hard as that as Railroute did for me. Stream ideas? I might have a stream idea, Polord, which is simply put, Horrorboros. That thing is coming out soon, and we gotta beat the shit out of fish. There's your stream idea. Hoping they will add more older locomotives. Yeah, it would be fun to have some older engines. Just so we have more, like, progression through the eras. But Oh yeah, the cars flipping over is definitely annoying. As we saw earlier, where I had to clean up that mess at the bottom of the bridge. There's definitely problems that need to be fixed, and they could definitely be fixed faster. This game is not perfect, but maybe I'm biased because I'm not on the dev team, and so I don't know exactly how fast this is going downhill, and I still have a spark of hope in me, but... It's just like that euthanasia roller coaster where you go in like 7 loops in a row. Speed kills, not the impact. I don't know why that's the first thing I thought of. Yeah, there is current progression being made with Railroads Online, fortunately. Oh wait, hold on, we don't want to actually leave yet. I have to teleport ahead and throw a couple of switches. Yeah, I remember back when the old splines were intact and they'd have like, we had just the locomotives we had, and they're like, oh, more are coming soon, and they never came. No worries, Joras. Take your time. Now, let's see here. That switch is thrown. We want to go over here, because we're going to go around the Y real quick. Actually, the Y doesn't matter, does it? Alright, let's get this show on the road and hope we don't derail on the bridge at the same point we did last time. I always go for the Glenbrook first. It's a good locomotive, it has good power, it has good speed, it has great looks. I mean, I love this sort of red tint. It's at a decent price. And if you look at the early game locomotives, the porters are the porters, they suck. They're good for shunting and nothing else, really. You don't want it for mainline running, you want it for light shunting duty. The Montezuma doesn't have much more power than the porters. It's not very impressive to me. The Shea is way too slow, and for $400 more you get the Eureka, which has basically the same power. And for $200 more than the Eureka, you get this. It's like, okay, why would I buy anything other than the Eureka? Or not the Eureka, the Glenbrook. I feel like some modifications would really have to have to those... would really have to happen to those cheaper locomotives to make them worth our time. Yeah, the speed limit being gone is a double-edged sword. I guess it is raised, yeah. Since either it means you're getting there faster, or you're getting there slower because your train jumped the tracks. But it's a lot more fun to work with a locomotive that you can't just set on 100 and go up a hill and not worry about anything. It's a lot more fun to work with a locomotive where there's a little bit of challenge involved. Yeah, exactly. The loco goes 25, and the cars go Noom. It's great. It's hilarious. Yeah, we can have some nice things. We can have communities. We can hang out with people and vibe and chat. And personally, for me, that is where the best value I've got is from this game, you know? It's the most fun thing I've done is just playing with other people or chatting and talking about ideas. I personally use regulator instead of the reverser, but yeah, that is true. Something that QMA will never have again. Fortunately, there's servers like Heiss's Discord that exist and are floating around that allow you to really gather together and have a community, you know? Although I hear Heiss's Discord is a bit big. I haven't joined it, but the way the reverser works is it's a hard speed limit. We might have to test that out a bit, because if it is, I'll have to use it more. Because, yeah, if it's a hard speed limit, that's great. Makes it so much easier to do. Well, yeah, downhill's a different story, but welcome back. Oh yeah, I never showed off these flat cars, did I? The ones with Tier Bridge and Albany in the middle of them. It's kind of hard to read as we're going on the fly here, but I showed off all this other equipment, and then I didn't show off this. At least I don't think I did. So there you go. You can center the text if you know what you're doing. Yeah, Railroad Studio is actually, it's the tool I use to make this map. Fun fact. It's that powerful and robust. Pro tip, don't join servers that are too large. They're always war zones. Basically, what happened with the RRO Discord is it got nuked after the drama. I mean, admittedly, I don't know. I never joined it, but it got nuked after the drama because nobody wanted to moderate it, and everybody was pissed at the developers. But yeah, larger Discords, in my opinion, just always suck. It's hard to find your footing. People can feel like they're entitled. As people often do on the internet. It's like, oh, give me my stuff. This is my place. I know how to do things right. No, you don't. Let people have fun, you dork. Maybe I need to, like, make a server on my phone. While we're running trains here, just take a second and, make something really quickly. That'd be funny. Yeah, a lot can happen in 3 months. You'd be surprised. Not here, baby. It's the 1800s. Nobody knows what texting is. Oh wow, that's a lot more than I thought happened with the server. I guess it was a good thing I was not around when that happened. Jeez. I didn't know that a volunteer blackmailed people. Wow. Jeez, wow. Well, I guess you learn something new every day, huh? Well, at least things are still... have sort of recovered after that flame out. Because this game is a good amount of fun. It's nice just to be able to run trains and vibe. Yeah, gotta get those emojis saved, man. I mean, I would do the same. I would have my priorities straight and make sure that I copied over all the emojis that I wanted from a server that died. Yeah, I do think that Railroads Online has a promising future ahead of it. I think it's going to be a bit of a slow one, slower than a lot of people want, but it does look like it's headed in the right direction. Oh, jeez. Wow. Oh, my God. It is kind of funny, though. I do find it amusing how so many people are like, I want this locomotive that's, like, from the United Kingdom, and, or like, from South America or something. And, like, those engines are cool, but, this is basically a 100% North American game. But money getting involved? Yeesh. We've been streaming for an hour and 30 minutes. Let's go. Also, fun fact about the map. Over here on our right, this is where the refinery used to be in an earlier version of the map. It was way too tight to work anything into the area, and I removed it and moved it over to the other side where it is now, because it was just, it was just crazy. It was worse than the ironworks, and considering how bad the ironworks is on this map, that's saying something. Another fun fact, we actually cheated in the train that we were about to pass on our right. This thing right here. The maintenance away train we cheated in so that we could make the tracks. It's basically been dormant since, but sometimes we pull it out when we're working on a line. Pulled it out for the refinery and stuff. I mean, we gave ourselves some money, like how we gave money to buy the Shay and whatnot, and then we bought the train without actually doing any work. I think we might be set for the caboose track. um, this might be really funny, but also really problematic. You know, I'm gonna run ahead and make sure we're not set for the caboose track, or the yard in the first place. Had Canadian Pacific Selkirk 3-foot conversion. I feel like I've seen so many unironic Steam threads that are basically just that. It's really funny. No offense, some of those locomotives do look really great, especially I do love some UK narrow gauge equipment, but we are in the US. God, I remember when Heist had a video where he made he had the big boy on the 3-foot gauge in like train sim or something. I remember at the time I was so confused and like, oh, it's just a hack. But it was so funny in hindsight to see just how baffled I was with the idea of a big boy being on narrow gauge. That was hilarious. Alright, let's back this bad boy up. Yeah, so we have a little yard over here. 4 tracks, caboose track. Pretty simple, pretty good. Oh no! No! Did he use the T1 or the S1? Or I guess the Q1 or Q2, those also existed. Oh god, yeah, no, that thing can't handle any curves. The T1 is the 6446, or S1, T1's the 4444s, I think, if memory serves me correctly. The Sumter Valley 2662s. I do hope we get, like, nothing too much bigger than a 2662, or anything bigger than that, honestly, because I feel like this game is best played not when you have the biggest, best thing immediately off the bat, or, like, you grind for it as fast as you can, you know? Maybe that's just me, but I prefer the smaller, like, medium-sized locomotives, like the, whatever this one is. Glenbrook. But yeah, having one or two wouldn't hurt. And I cannot wait for us to get the Uintas, because it's going to be hilarious seeing people pushing that thing to its limit. It's going to be an absolute behemoth. Alright, I'm going to teleport ahead and go through a switch real quick. The Mosca is another engine that I feel like kind of sucks, unfortunately. An L101? I don't know that class off the top of my head. But yeah, the Mosca, I'm just disappointed by, because why is it $500 more than the Glenbrook, and it only has 1,000 pounds of tractive effort more, and it doesn't have air brakes? It just seems kind of silly to me, you know? I still bought one in both of my worlds. I bought one in my main world, or my vanilla world, when it was good, back when it was like 12,000 horsepower, but... A 266 on a Mosca, double heading up at 10%. This is just like that one video that Heiss and Khan did, where they had the porter carry a single car and a way car up the 6%. Oh, a 288 2Gs. Big, thick, chunky. Wow. Yeah, the Mosca only goes to 22. I have checked that before. Which still makes it like the third fastest locomotive, only behind the Glenbrook and the Cook 280, which are tied, but... It is a pretty locomotive. I like its looks. That's the main reason I bought it in this world that we're playing in right now. Two-thirds the... in narrow gauge? What? Holy cow. That's insane. So, we were talking about the drama just a moment ago, and, it's mostly cleared up now. There's still some suspicions that things aren't going to go great, but the fact is, the game has recently gone on a better trend. The updates are actually coming out, for instance, instead of being like, oh, it'll come out in 5 months. No, they're actually pushing them out. We're getting new locomotives, we're getting new content, we're getting, bug fixes and whatnot. Personally, my suggestion is that if you have a friend who you can play it with, sure, absolutely, because it's a blast when you're playing with people, you know? Did I know I can jump through the caboose? Yes, yes. The roof. It's how I set the marker lights on the top of the bobber caboose. But yeah, if you have friends to play it with, you absolutely should get it. It's a lot of fun to play. especially when you're working together to come up with something in the track layout. If you don't have friends to play it with, it's still pretty fun if you're a Rail fan. I've played this game for 800 hours, and at least 600 of those hours have been single player. Yeah, we have actual realistic dates now instead of just, oh, we're working on it, don't worry guys, trust me, bro. I haven't heard much about that, but I have seen that there are more people working on the game now. One person that I've seen around a little bit here and there is Kitsune Don, who seems to be working on models for the trains, 3D models. So I think the actual code might still be stuck on one developer, but everything else, there are more developers now, and there's more work being done, and things are getting back on track. I don't know about the $1 million claim, though. I haven't heard that one. Oh yeah, the Uinta 2662s. I read about that yesterday. Oh wait, no, I read about that today. I was looking them up. Because I was planning out a video talking about the upcoming update. I've heard from somebody that Kitsune is actually back on the team, either volunteering or working. I don't know for sure, obviously, but I saw on another YouTuber server that they were looking for a chance to join that YouTuber's world so that they could spawn in a train using some development tools and leave it there for them. They just hadn't found the time or had the chance to do it. Bless me. Excuse me, that's the term, not bless me. What am I thinking? That's fun. Going in and cheating for someone else. That is a good question. I don't know what's going on with the last truck of the tender here, or the first truck, but they sort of do that. The trucks act more like sleds than actual wheeled things, and so they teleport all over the place. It's one of the many little bugs this game has. And the train's not derailing, so life is good. Now, that's interesting. Cooked Tuito has made it a long time. Fascinating. I guess they've clearly changed their mind, considering we now have three 280s and two 260s. Oh, garbage in Italian. That's the move. Alright, we're at the end of our grade here. Gonna smooth out and roll on in to the ironworks, everybody. For me, I really want to like the Shay, because it looks so good and it's kind of fun to run, but... Oh no, I didn't set the switch over here. Uh-oh. Why did I teleport? Can we make it? Can we do this in time? We can! Heck yeah. Yeah, it's cool, but it's so slow and... Yeah, exactly. It's practical as a switching locomotive because it can never outrun you, but the problem with it is its pricing, in my opinion, because at $2,500, again, as I mentioned this before in the stream, for only $400 more, you get the Eureka, and the Eureka is like more than twice as fast. And then for $200 more than that, you've got the Glenbrook, and we all know how much I love the Glenbrook. Yeah, adding more rolling stock wasn't always... Yeah, wasn't always the goal, but... It definitely makes people happy to see new locomotives. I personally don't actually have many switching locomotives, so I've never used the Shay as a switcher, but I did put it on this custom map as a fancy little way to force people to try it out, and I wonder how many people hate me because of that. I wonder how many people hate Annabelle, but who cares? It's here, and it's here to stay. Yeah, I've also had a great time with it. Earlier in the stream, not many people were around, but I did a log run. And it's kind of fun because all you need to do on the downhill run is hit the reg reverser on full and hit the brake on full at the same time, and then it coasts down, and you also get the smoke particle effects. Yeah, exactly. Shay isn't good, but it can be pretty and fun, and I think that is one important thing to remember about this game, is that while there is a game element to it, there is also a rail fanning element to it, and a lot of people might play suboptimally just to get the cool looking choo-choos running, you know? I definitely do it sometimes. Not often, but I do. I do love myself a good geared locomotive, though. Kind of excited. The Oregon Rail Heritage Foundation is going to be getting one. I don't know when they're going to start running it, though, unfortunately. Have I driven the Climax since the smoke? Yes. There's actually another video on somebody else's channel where we worked together. So you know the Great Race video, right? I don't know how many of you people have actually watched the other content that I've produced before the channel spiked recently. But, we had a Great Race... Oh, since the smoke update. I'm stupid. I thought you were talking about, since the bird out with the community. 7%? Good luck. But, back to the Climax, thing. We did a race where we had two Climaxes pulling 20 cars, and a Cook 280 and a Class 70 pulling 12. They were fully loaded. I remember we actually had problems at the start of the race because the climax is stalled out because the 20 cars were so heavy on like the 5% uphill grade at the start of the hill. So we had to push the we had to get the two Class 70s to push us, or the two consolidations to push us, and they couldn't make it up, so we had to get a fifth locomotive. We had to get a Class 48 to push the entire train up the hill. That was a fun little recording. Trying to balance your chat and your own responses. Yeah, that's fine. No worries about late responses. Things can fly by kind of fast when you're just trying to run trains in the background. Shay would be the starter for logging in a mountain area, Betsy for an industrial and a compact industrial. Yeah, I think that would be I think that would be perfect if they could do this. The problem is, how would they make a map that accommodates all that, you know? Makes things fun. Yes it does. Makes things crazy and hectic, but sometimes you just need a 7% and you need a good laugh. Does the sand actually work, though? I've never actually experimented with it. I don't know. Yeah, I wish you could name saves. There is a method for doing it using a hex editor, but it's finicky. I mean, you guys probably already saw it with the save. But... Or sorry, with the custom map, but... there is a way you can rename your saves, somehow. It's not a good way to do it, and it takes forever, though, so... I remember I once saw somebody made a 10% hill. Maps are still a huge thing to get right size-wise for performance. Yeah... But you also need to balance out, like, what regions you want to use. Also, this map is 4 times as big as it is down here. Con? No, it wasn't Con. I joined somebody's server. Sometimes I like going onto the maps list and looking for people who have their world like no password or please join, I need help. And around Christmas time I joined somebody, and down to the smelter, literally what they did was they just, as soon as you enter into that smelter valley area up by this little cut where the sawmill is, they just went straight down. It was hilarious. I have an 11.5% grade on my other world, too. But it's on a downhill run, so it doesn't actually matter. There's a testing layout below the map. Yeah, I actually once, while building the custom map, I clipped out of bounds down here. And I just got to explore. There's a whole ton of stuff. It was really funny. So tight that gear trains wouldn't work. Jeez, man. Wow. That's like an achievement. Make a hill so nasty that not even the climax can handle it with one car that's not loaded. Yeah, Khan has definitely done a 10% video. I saw that one. Wasn't it like they made a switchback over the iron mine to go to the coal mine? They're crazy. I love it. The dynamic that Khan and Heist have is hilarious. For 2 cars, jeez. I remember my old save, like my really super old save, had yards that were like 20 cars long and 8 tracks wide. It was insane. It was fun though. I actually still have one of those maps, I think, somewhere. First line to the logging camp. Yeah, their switchbacks are a bit crazy, but I think that's the fun of it, you know? They're intentionally playing poorly, and that makes for great content. Because it allows them to have these sorts of stupid, hilarious interactions. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, it's always no fun to lose your progress in a game. What was I gonna mention? What was I gonna mention? I don't remember. Help. There was something about one of my saves. Oh, right. My first route to the logging camp. I remember that one well. It was back in the old splines, you know, the old track laying system. I tried to do something like that, where I made a straight line from spawn to the logging camp. I figured out that I should be laying groundwork. I laid as much as I could. What happened was I didn't really think about my curve radius. I just placed track and hoped it worked. And yeah, the curves were so sharp that even the Betsy derailed. And then I relayed the track. It didn't make it any better. It made it worse. Betsy derailed sooner. And eventually I got it worked out. I got it so the Betsy could actually make it around the curves, and it would pull things. And then I bought a Eureka, because I bought the Eureka specifically to try and prove Khan wrong, because this was back before the physics update. And that derailed on the curves that the Betsy didn't derail on. And eventually I'm like, okay, you know what, screw it, we're rebuilding the entire railroad from scratch. I remember back in those days, when Khan had his video that was like, oh, the Betsy sucks. Or not the Betsy, the Eureka sucks. That's kind of why I bought the game, because myself and everybody's ham sandwich and dog knew that he just needed to make the grades less steep. And so I made a map with 2% grades going everywhere, and the Eureka was able to haul a 23-car train full of logs up the 2% grade. And, yeah. Oh, yeah, I kept eating the tender. God, that was so funny. That was so good. Let's back this bad boy up real quick. Pick up this caboose and hit it. I guess I can say something interesting that I have heard, which is just a rumor. I have no clue if it's true or not, but I heard something where they are going to be adding in copper into the game. Again, no clue if that's true or not. It's just a rumor. I literally heard it from my father, who does not play this game. And he heard it from somebody who does play this game, who happens to visit the train store he works at. But if that is the case, it's going to be pretty cool. Good night, man. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, it has been 2 hours, hasn't it? We've been going for 2 hours and 10 minutes. Which is kind of hilarious, considering... considering the fact that I sleep well, dude. Considering that this stream was supposed to be just a test stream to make sure my audio was good, and, like, I wasn't clipping the mic, and, like... the game wasn't too loud so you couldn't hear me, blah blah blah. And we've been here for 2 hours. I will be streaming again this Friday, and this week's video is probably going to be a little bit different. Hold on, let me see here. Well, that's the thing. Current economy. We already know that they're going to be doing something to change things up because we have a, they've spoiled the stock car, you know? And that's cattle. What's cattle going to do here? Are we going to put them in a meat grinder? Where's the meat grinder? Are we going to throw them in the smelter? So, if this rumor is true, I suspect we're probably going to see a new map sometime soon that has more industries and whatnot. But I'm not sure we're going to get it for this next update. But, well, you got raw beef, you gotta make it into beef bars. In the smoke box. Could you imagine? Cut beef, you just... You use it to fire your locomotive. Oh, that would be amazing. I would not be surprised if reefers popped up with that stuff. I kind of expect that we're going to see a secondary industry chain that might tie into the current one a little bit, but mostly will be its own thing. What I really hope they do eventually is they make a dock instead of a freight depot. Because at the docks, you have an actual reason why it's going there. It's like, oh, it's shipping out to the rest of the world. But there's also the idea that I've had that I don't think they're considering, but they could have it so there's a pier at the dock, which has a set region that it covers. And in that region, it'll say like, oh, you need coal, and you put as many cars full of coal as you can in that region, and then you press a button and it sells it all at once, and you get a small bonus if you actually had all of that stuff there, and you had like a ton of it, like 6 cars, let's say, a threshold. But for every car that's not coal, for instance, you would get no money, or maybe even the docks would screw you over for something. But yeah, exactly. Mixed trains. It would incentivize mixed trains because now you have a reason for anything and everything to go to this region, but at different times. And it would add a new sort of dynamic to the game. I don't think they're adding this. It's a cool idea I came up with and I would love to see. Ore docks. Yeah, ore docks could be fun, especially like it would be a simple solution to copper. If you just added in an ocean and like, here's a barge, dump your ore. Yeah, it'd be pretty sweet. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I would love to see that, but it does feel like something that's ambitious and big enough that they're probably not going to add it for a while. But they are hyping this up to be a pretty major update. I could be wrong. I love how slow we're going down this hill with this train. Ooh. Shiny. My PC has... Let me see, hold on. It is a 10-core with 48 gigabytes of RAM, 1 terabyte storage space, and I have an a GTX or RTX 2060. I don't remember what it is. I'm not a graphics card nerd. But I think it's a GTX 2060. Could be wrong. But it's a decent graphics card. The game is running somewhere between 60 and like 50 FPS right now. 55, somewhere in that range. Alright, yeah, RTX. It was an MSI RTX 2060 Ventus with 12 gigabytes on it. I think that's what it was. I don't remember. I got it for my birthday. My dad helped buy it. It was $400. I do love seeing people gawk every time and like, oh yeah, I just have 10 cores. And like, what? It's so funny. I think this locomotive has probably had enough time in the spotlight, and we should swap it out for a new one. Yeah, the CPU definitely is not the bottleneck. Not anymore, at least. It used to be, but that was back when I had really shoddy laptops, you know? I actually do still have a really shoddy laptop with 2 cores and 4 gigs of RAM. But it's functional when I'm on the road, so, like, who cares? I'm not playing games like Railroads Online. I'm playing games like, Buffy's Click Simulator. I don't know. Is that even a game? Does that exist? I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Moving from a laptop to a desktop is game-changing. I used to have laptops because my housing situation was not very good, and it kept changing constantly, but now that I'm in a stable place, it's so good. Especially for a game like this, having the graphics card, oh, so good. Yeah. Welcome to laptops, everybody. Yeah. Yeah. That is very true. My first PC was a touchscreen laptop that we picked up for $400 at Staples. And I remember I was so pissed about it because my mom had convinced me into getting a touchscreen laptop. I'm like, I don't think this is a good idea, but I guess I'll take your word for it. And it wasn't a good idea. The touchscreen was nice. The computer was not. It had 4 gigs of RAM. Oh, we didn't clear the switch. Celeron 333. Yeah, I don't know that one off the top of my head, but I'm going to assume that it was in like the 90s or 80s or something. $70 laptop that has 32 gigabytes of storage? Jeez. Holy cow. Then again, I'm assuming the Celeron 333 probably had even less than that. Considering it was the 90s. I can imagine. Play with a render distance of like 2 or something. Oh, shit. We have not cleared the switch, we're good. I forgot I'm putting this train away so that I can go run a different one real quick. Yeah, those were the days back when megabytes were a thing. It's kind of funny hearing stories from my parents who had computers that had kilobytes for their RAM, and like, geez, how did you ever function? That's probably a good enough kick. Yeah, exactly. Like, back then, a couple of kilobytes was the norm, and nowadays you have legitimately terabytes are the norm. I should probably undo the lights on this locomotive. Not locomotive, car. There we go. And there we go. Perfect. Box. Oh no. F. Alright, speaking of, I might actually run a boxcar pretty soon. Which is hilarious because this is only the second time I've ever run boxcars on this map. And I am specifically, this is the map where I specifically built it so that you could run boxcars a farther route. And also, I specifically only load 8 units at a time per boxcar. And this is only the second time I'm ever going to run those things. Isn't it like 32 cores? Or is it something newer? I know I saw 32 once upon a time. Disastrous for the trout population. Oh boy, good luck, good sir. If it's that 7% we were talking about earlier, you're gonna need it. 96? What? Huh? That's just overkill. Like 16 is more than enough. Why would you need 96 cores? Holy moly. Oh my god. Oh, okay, if it's server racks, okay, that makes a little more sense, I guess. But in a standard computer, that would be beautiful and horrible at the same time. Could you imagine having 96 cores in your CPU? Everybody stop what they're doing. I am streaming Netflix 745 times. Yeah, you could put one in it. It wouldn't be a good idea, but you could. Oh god, yeah, the power supply. Hadn't thought of that. Alright, let's drop a save real quick. Part of me is actually tempted to just open up the server. I mean, it is technically open. It has a password on it, though. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna do a little bit of shunting down here at the smelter, because we got a couple of cars and stuff to shuffle around and deal with. Yeah, it's probably something kind of crazy. Would be kind of nuts to have something that big in your computer, but I'm sure somebody wants it. That somebody is not me, but perfect. Yeah, I actually, on my map, on my other map, that is, not this one, the map that's just completely vanilla, I found that I can actually haul a 12-car train of loaded iron ore down an 11.5% grade, with only the air brakes on a locomotive. It's kind of insane. But admittedly, the 12.5% is like only for a very short portion of time, but. uh, 3 times the price, yeah. That would be a slight problem. I was gonna say this was the first locomotive that I ever modified, but that's wrong. I forgot I modified some other engines before this one. And besides, the first car I ever did special text modification to was the maintenance of Waybox car. So there you go, fun fact of the day about trains. I've probably given like 70 fun facts, but shush. Brakes are off. Let's back this bad boy up. I think we want to go for the farthest track first. I say as if I'm talking to somebody in particular who's throwing the switches for me. Yeah, they might have gotten a demo version on LTT. that's still overkill. God, who needs 64? I mean, again, I guess a server does, but like, yikes. Alright, now we can kick the cars. I think that's more than mine pulls, too. Because mine, yeah, I think mine pulls 190. That was a good kick, wow. I'm probably gonna have to give my father a graphics card someday because I'm tempted to buy him this game, especially if it's going on sale in the coming weeks. But the problem is his computer is like some 10-year-old Windows 8 brick that has 8 gigabytes of RAM, and it takes 20 minutes to load. Yeah, that would do the trick. That would explain why you're the only person in chat. Yeah, 8 gigabytes is decent, but it's not really meant for gaming, especially not like this. And since it's just so old, it's worn out and it's really slow. Like even my 2 gigabyte laptop that I picked up for cheap, that has 4 gigabytes of RAM but was refurbished, that thing runs faster than his computer. No worries, man. Shunting is important. Especially with cordwood. Cordwood is kind of a pain with how much of a bottleneck it is. But speaking of cordwood, I do need to run some eventually. I don't know how much, but yeah, cordwood definitely sucks, especially on this map. Lord. I knew what I was getting myself into and I still did it. The auto cranes, man, I remember before the auto cranes were here, we used to have a term for punishment, which was boxcar duty. If you messed up, that's where you were going. But now we have auto cranes, and it just doesn't matter. Okay, let's go ahead. Hit some handbrakes real quick. Oh no. Yeah. I only ever loaded boxcars once. I feel lucky that that is the case, but I've at least loaded them manually like that, you know. I've loaded them more than once on in general afterwards, but I used to have a GTX 970. It kind of broke, but it was, yeah, that sounds like something that would definitely get the job done for this. I should probably see if I can get that repaired somehow. Yeah, the 970 was a solid inclusion. I remember when I first got it, this game went from looking like absolute horrible nothing to actually looking beautiful like it does on the stream right now. I couldn't run it at a stable frame rate still, but I could run it at like 30 FPS, and yeah, it was great. I broke it with Minecraft shaders though. Oh wow. That's impressive. That's fun. Alright, now that's here. A month? How do you... What? That's also impressive. Okay, $300. That makes sense. Okay, let's save the game. Yeah. That's no fun. Alright, let's run a Moscow. Let's do this. Change to a cook consolidation for 2 minutes. I hope that motorcycle who is being annoying outside is not picking up too much on the microphone. Oh no. No. Ah, scammers. Yeah, I personally assembled my PC. Bought the parts off a Newegg. I actually failed. It was the first time I'd done a PC in a while, and I accidentally put non-insulated screws on the motherboard. But also, one of the sticks of RAM was defective. This was just a fault of the producer, not the actual supplier or anything. Yeah, I can imagine. Those sorts of online sites always have their problems. Because when you have stores that big, you know, and like markets that important, so quality is a hard thing to check for on that scale. But I bought it like 3 years ago, so was fine then. Oh, ooh, yikes. Yeah, that's not a good sign. When you have to bribe people for them to like your product. Like, there's a difference between a sponsorship and actual factual bribes. You know? Yeah, that's concerning. What? Yeah, that's pretty spooky. How do you... Why? just why, Newegg? I will admit I'm not the most tech-savvy person, so I have not kept up on all this, but... 3 times the money to take it down. I assume he did not take it down if we know the price they offered him. Right, I wanted to pick up steak flats, not these flats. Yeah, that's both funny and sad at the same time. What the f... Huh? What just happened? Excuse me? My caboose! Oh yeah, decided to do a barrel roll apparently. How did it jump from here to there. Color me impressed. Okay, got the caboose. Let's go ahead and flip this around. Perfect. Lincoln pin. Yeah, so I've heard. It is kind of weird that the more you play, the worse the physics get, but it might be something to do with the save file, I don't know. We have been going for almost 3 hours now, which is kind of nice, you know, being able to stream and just vibe with people. Oh, I remember that very well. I put a 45-degree crossing in my sawmill layout. Actually, fun fact, you can find a map of my layouts from my original map somewhere. I don't remember exactly where. Maybe I'll get the link. But I had a 45-degree crossover, and at one point I tried to drive into that at full speed. Fortunately, no derailment, but also, man, that was annoying. Alright, so I think the plan of action here is we're going to load up on some raw iron. Gonna bring it all the way over to the sawmill, where we're gonna drop it off, because we don't need to deliver it immediately, but we might as well leave it there if we're gonna be making a light move like this. And then we'll take some box cars and flat cars up to the place, the ironworks. Go back down to the sawmill, pick up some tank cars and some stake flats, and bring that all down to the oil refinery. It kind of exploded. It's just sat where it landed since. Yeah. Sounds about right. Alright, have a good one, man. Stream might be over by that point, but we'll see, we'll see. Maybe I'll finally open another Discord server. I forgot this locomotive has a higher pitch. I guess I just don't use it enough. But what do I know? Let's see here. Oh, that's not even close to centered. Okay, we can bring that forward a little bit. Just a smidge. That should be good. And I guess now is a good time to double check. Is the audio good? Yeah, the unload bridges do work, but they just look so weird. Alright, if the game sounds very quiet, let me turn that up a little bit. I do want myself to be louder than the game, obviously, but... Alright, park this here. Perfect. Alright, alright. Oh. Well, there's my problem. Well, I guess I gotta go get cordwood, huh? Who would have thought? Guess we're not running more raw iron today. It never ends. Never. Gosh. Hold on. The Heisler is 5650, right? Great. We're like $100 short. Yes, we are exactly, approximately $100 short. For the standard headlight, that's a fun smokestack. We'll probably go for type 2. Close this down. Kinda hoping we'll be able to get a Heisler by the end of this session. Because I've been meaning to get one for the Lunar Ridge Log Company for a while now, and I haven't gotten around to it yet. Cordwood. Cordwood. I like the Heisler mostly because of its loud whistle. You can actually hear it. Multiplayer render distance doesn't care. Yeah, I think so. I think it's a 5 chime. It sounds good too. I love the sound. Kind of wish we had more whistle variety rather than just everything being a off pitch of the same thing, but that was the wrong signal. I know. Don't worry, it's okay. It is kind of funny though, because of the geared locomotives, I feel like I overlook the Heisler the most. I partially blame the fact that, what was it? It's the same price as the Climax, and yet it's so much weaker. A lot of the audio is heist-based. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me if it was heist-based mobile recordings. Oh. I forgot to throw the switch. We're good. Yeah. Climax can be fun though, like that race, for instance, where we double-headed them and sorely lost to a double-headed consolidation pairing. Mostly just did it for the memes, but it was fun. I should link that video. Give it a little shout out. Let's back this sucker up. Pick up these cars, and then go all the way back to spawn. Well, not spawn, sorry. Actually, maybe I should probably try and end this stream soon, but we can end it off with a little bit of a bang. I have never run oil barrels, but I have quite a few sitting around. And since I'm already moving these cars all the way over there, maybe I should pick up some of those. See how hard it is to actually load these things. Alright, let's hit it. I connected to the refinery as soon as possible on this map, because, you know, this is the custom map, and so it was really easy to do. But, yeah, I've been running oil tankers because they sell like hotcakes. They are, oh, so good. It's insane how much cash you get out of them. They're really stupid to load, though, admittedly, but it also gave me a reason to run boxcars, so might as well. I could probably bump up the speed a little bit. We're going kind of slow here. Wait. Did I need to check. Did I get the handbrakes? I did. Okay, okay. I thought I forgot the handbrakes. That would have been a disaster. Yeah, there's not really much reason to buy more locomotives other than they look cool and you can flex that you've bought all these locomotives, but in my single-player world, I bought 5. Was it worth it? No. I did it anyways. For hoppers, I think I have like 24 or 18 or something like that on that save. But it depends on if you need to do a unit train or if you're trying to do mixed freight, really, you know? Because if you're doing unit trains, then you don't need you need a ton of them, but if you're just doing mixed, you can probably survive on a few. Yeah, units are probably better for single player, if I'm gonna be honest. Just because it's easier to do them, and like, it's such a pain trying to spot cars with just one engineer, and you've got like 12 cars in a row. And you don't want to have to do that when your cars are in the middle of the train and they're all different types. Mixed freight is so much better when you're doing multiplayer. I remember one of my friends has a map where he, all he did was, put Heislers on the front of every train, and then he made, like, 4% grades everywhere. It was funny. Oh yeah, for the oil field, that definitely makes sense. Mixed freight is, pretty good down there, because you have 3 different inputs. Though then again, the boxcar is only needed every so often, so like... I really do despise boxcars and how bad they are. Yeah, exactly. But that's the problem. You only run them half a century, you know? I wish they would fix boxcars. Then again, we've got an update coming out soon. Hopefully they'll fix them. We just ran out of fire. Yeah. I hope they get something new in the new update, but they might be more focused on adding in things to do with the other car types. Like the new ones, like the stock car. They might be adding in passenger cars, they might be adding in reefers, who knows. But hopefully they'll do something. Fingers crossed. Hobo space. Let's go. Gotta have it like that one movie, with the crazy conductor and the hobo who's just trying to ride the train. Reenact that in Railroads Online. Conductor looking suspiciously like the hobo. John Railroadson, our favorite John and Railroad, and son. Alright, home stretch. I guess we're gonna cut off the caboose a little early. Hit the brake on it, leave it sitting here. Because this way we can run around and grab the caboose. And then shove these things, Tier 3 flats, into the yard. Wrong switch. Okay, well, I guess we gotta back this up a little bit. Brakes. Leave these cars here. Yeah, I'll probably call it quits here in a moment or so, but I just threw that switch underneath my tender. Oops. But I might set up that Discord server and get things rolling. I think it could be fun to have a place to hang out with other people. Just run trains, have fun. Yeah, building a good community is a part of YouTubing, very much so. Yeah, I am still here. Barely, but I am. Yeah, I gotta build a good community, and besides, this channel, while I know I've got 3.8 thousand subscribers right now, it's still small enough, you know, the people who still actively follow me, small enough of a group that I can definitely handle a small community at this point in time. Yeah, we picked up the Mosca from the smelter, and we're going to be doing, I think, for the final run, for now, we're probably gonna pick up some boxcars and stuff, and bring it all down to the oil refinery. Let me teleport up ahead here. Now this is going to be fun because I have never sent a train other than the Shay this far into the logging company. But I think today we're going to have to do that. Then we can set it over here. Alright, let's give this a good shove. And hopefully, fingers crossed, that this locomotive doesn't derail on the 30-meter radius, because that would be a nightmare. Most played Steam game, I believe, is Geometry Dash. Let me see here. I have 2,737 hours in the game. It's not the most I've ever put into any video game, but Minecraft doesn't check hours, and Splatoon 2 is only on the Nintendo Switch, so most people don't ask. Which is good, because I played that game way too much. Yeah, I kind of have a lot of free time on my hands right now. I'm hoping to turn YouTube into like a little bit of a business in some way, but sort of in the early stages for doing that, you know. I haven't really done enough to actually warrant any like monetary subscriptions or donations or any of that. I still have that set up, but at the same time I don't have the reputation set up, so I have 112 hours and it's only been 2 months. Yeah, that sounds about right for this game. Running trains just really sucks away your time sometimes. But it's fun. It's worth it. And $35 for 112 hours of entertainment value really is not a bad price, or whatever the price is now, I don't remember. Alright, throw the switch. Yeah. Oh god, yeah, those 3-foot sections. I tried to load my old map with the old spline system. It took 10 minutes because I had placed so many splines. 10 minutes. How does it take that long? And 3-foot sections everywhere. The track was anything but straight. Some people liked it because it made the track work feel more authentic and like all over the place. I personally would prefer to have the sacrifice of a little bit of realism for a lot bit better gameplay. And apparently there's like some hack you can do to roll back your game version, so why not just do that? I don't know. Seems weird to me. Yeah, there are still ways to make the splines broken, but God, it's so much better than it was before, a million times. I will happily take this any day. Alright, let me teleport ahead of the train. Yeah, sometimes it does, and oh, you know what? I'll take it. Squiggles aren't necessarily bad, as long as your trains aren't derailing. But I have been spamming the living daylights out of Railroad Studios' circularized spline tool. That thing is so useful. I also think it's part of the reason that I keep derailing in certain points, but... Alright, we can put this caboose over on the main line for a moment. Hit the brakes. Yeah, I think it's just part of the game in a way. But it definitely is no fun. The new bridges had walk. It would be useful, but also I think a little unrealistic. I don't know. I'm not somebody who knows these bridges very well, but one thing I do know is one of my friends likes doing that. Oh, for double track bridges, what you have to do is just build one bridge facing one way and then the other one facing the other. But one of my friends, for single track double-ended bridges, they just like laying two pieces of tracks on top of one another. Yeah, for some reason, I don't know why this happens, but the game resets the... You know how you have colored versions of the bridges? Well, when you place one spline that's a colored one, and then you go to place another, the second one and all subsequent splines of that colored bridge are not colored. They're just nothing. And so that's why, yeah, it's really weird. And that's why sometimes you get like the Denver and Rio Grande Western, white and brown, that looks really good. And sometimes it goes to, there is no color, so we just use the default. It looked really weird in the snow. But, okay, handbrake off. That bridge is the best looking of the bridges, in my opinion. It's pretty sweet. Yeah, I think everybody universally agrees, snow sucks. It's so hard to see your mouse cursor. And like, ah. The snowplow was great. I love that we have that. I kind of wish they would actually like clear the snow on the tracks. Just so we didn't have to deal with it. Yeah, random trees realigning was I actually didn't have that happen to me, but it happens in studio sometimes. There's like a smart replant button where you can replant the trees, but don't press it. It's dangerous. Oh, I've killed my trains many times. I actually, in fact, have a couple of points on this railroad where I can point out exactly where I derailed and why I derailed. uh, Along the river that connects all the way up to here, you have no idea how many times I forgot to cut down a tree when we were running the maintenance of way train. And all of a sudden, well, there goes your locomotive. Who knew that there was a space program in the 1860s? It's lumber that we need to get, right? Let's check real quick. I think it's lumber. $40 cars? Oh no, that hurts. Yikes. Alright, let's go pick up our train again. Yeah, I like this yard too, but it's kind of a bit big. Like, we're running 6-car trains here, and yeah, there's a lot more than 6 things per track. I haven't seen today's Heist's video from today, but admittedly I haven't really watched his channel in a hot minute. I'm not really sure why I haven't watched him recently, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to watch that too. I'm gonna have to like start a movie night and watch and see it just do a space program. I did have a moment though where I had a train hit, or a tree hit the train. Not a train hit the tree. That would be hilarious. And it derailed the maintenance of way train like 7 times because I was hastily cutting down trees that were 2 feet away from us. That was a mistake. Alright, so we're gonna pick up these, sorry, I was reading chat. We're gonna pick up these 2, steak flats real quick. Yeah. Oh yeah, let me build this spline real quick. Alright, I'll run my train onto it. Hold on, let me delete it. No, no, no. Love to see that. That's fun. It is kind of fun holding like just holding a telegraph office in your hand and letting people teleport to it as you're when you're the host. That's kind of fun. Don't know why I'm thinking of that, but I am. Just letting this train coast backwards a little bit, and let's kick up the speed. Yeah, I think I tried that, maybe? I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised to see that work. Just teleporting up and then getting back on the bridge and continuing building whatever monstrosity you were trying to do. Sort of like the bridges we have on this railroad. The chaos. Alright, let's bring this forward. This is gonna be kind of hard. We gotta spot these cars where they're at the back of the train. This is kind of like what we were mentioning earlier, where mixed trains are so much worse. Bouncing off the world box. Wow. Okay, let's try this. Oh yeah, that's perfect. And while that's loading, let's go quickly check on the caboose and just make sure we got a link and pin on this side. We got a pin, no link, or link, no pin, blah. The water tower? How the heck does the water tower fling? Oh, that's fun. That's weird. Huh. I think we just loaded our last. Yes, we did. Perfect. Yeah, client-side games, sure do have a lot of fun. God, this train looks so good. It's just 4 sets of 2 cars. I love the box cars. Yeah, the boxcars are so good, and it's really a shame that they're so underused in this game. Also, fun fact, this one is numbered 301, this one is numbered 303, and that's because 302 is on loan to a friend. They've got it on their railroad. Yeah, the brake spacing stuff is so good. Really makes these things look better. This one has 3 spaces to the right of it also to help make it so it doesn't clip into the ladder. But alright, while this train's getting ready to go at full speed, let's go quickly throw this switch. And let's go quickly throw this switch. And hopefully the train won't have derailed. Oh god, like A, BR, B, BR, C, BR, D, BR, E, BR, etc. Lord. Okay, this thing I probably should not have put on full reg, but it's okay. We got in the locomotive. Nothing derailed, nothing broke. Yeah, like vertical. 1 letter at a time per row. Yeah, I can imagine. Sounds fun. You know, I just realized, small problem. These 2 stake flat cars are at the very back of the train, but we're going to be heading in such a way that the very front of the train is the best place to unload lumber. And those 2 stake flats are the only cars with lumber in the entire train. It's a long way to Tipperary. Yeah, the box cars with the weight limit on them, those look so nice. Much better than the ones without. Because it helps bring the box car to life, you know, makes it feel like a real box car rather than just, oh, we slathered some paint on it. Some railroads did have initials on their locomotives rather than full names, but mostly it was the names, yeah. I like the bright red one occasionally, but generally I like the duller tones that just sort of like the 2 ones we have here on the train. Oh yeah, totally. Especially in this game. Like the tier bridge in Albany, I can fit the name on a tender of a locomotive generally, but on if I were to try to put that on like a Cook mobile, the current one, not the next one, it would fail horribly. Yeah, that is a bit long. But railroad names matter. Could shorten it to like Western Trail RR, though it does leave out the pluralization of railroads. But yeah, Fildia North. I probably butchered the name of that, but oh, if you change the F to a C, it'd be Chicago and Northwestern. Let's go. One of my friends, what was it? It was the Burgess in North Eden, I think. Somehow managed to fit it on his tenders all the time. I think he just omitted railroad from it, because it didn't really matter, you know? Like here, for instance, I just do Tierbridge and Albany. No RR or anything on any of my equipment. Makes it a little easier to do stuff. Oh yeah, and there's that screenshot that I posted on the community tab of the tender with the 4. But Tish. Oh, here we go. Now this is a glamour shot. I assume you guys can hear the noise of me taking screenshots occasionally, but yeah, the Mosca has a good tender for names. You can also have 2 rows on it if you do the brakes stuff. Now, if only it had air brakes, this engine would be good. Oh, Lord. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're gonna be getting enough stuff. We're gonna have the Lunar Ridge Log Company. They're gonna get a Heisler sometime soon. At least on this version of the map. This engine is really struggling, and I'm kind of afraid we're not going to make it up the hill. Because we haven't even made it to the 3.5% part yet, which is the steepest grade on this. This is 3.1, so if it's going at this speed, I'm not too concerned, but like I feel like we might stall somewhere along the hill. Okay, we're going slow enough that we might have to double this. Oh boy. I think we're about to hit the 3.5. Drum roll, everybody. Will she make it up the hill? We're really bogging down now, boys. Can we do it? Will we do it? It is not sounding promising, and we have just hit the 3.5. Yeah, I wish it had different paint jobs too, but I like this one. I think it's respectable, it's good, and I think we've made it over the 3.5%. Oh yeah, we totally have. Yeah, it's really flashy and fun, but... Needs bell for more tractive effort. No, excuse me. Alright, so I guess what we want to do is we want to load, then we want to unload, and then we want to get the train going. Excuse me, and again. Well, set up to go. Because I think once we get this job done, I'm going to call it quits, get myself a little food, because I am getting kind of hungry. Plus, it's a good excuse to make a Discord server. Yeah, I found them to be a lot of fun, especially in smaller groups, you know? There was one I was a part of for a while, but unfortunately the owner has a bit of an ego issue and he banned me. So, it would be fun to have another group, or just another place to get people together to play, you know? And plus I could potentially open up this server, open up the Tier Bridge in Albany occasionally. And get people to hang out, vibe, and just have a little bit of general fun running trains on both my worlds and other people's worlds, you know? Alright. Yeah, if it's supper time, I guess we all need food, huh? The food is important. Oh man, hello. Not great timing, because we're probably gonna end the stream in like 10 to 15 minutes, but hello, welcome. Just loading up some boxcars. Yeah, food is great. Oh, chicken, yes. Yeah, at least you made it for a moment, you know, like, you made it at the end, but you made it. So, participation award, it counts. Alright, have a good one, Nexus. I wish I was having chicken today, but unfortunately, I've already had my fancy food for the day, and I'm probably just gonna be having mac and cheese. Oh yeah, a break on the Cook Mogul's tender. Oh, it's so good. Secretly, you're just cursed, maybe. I don't know. A witch has, many years ago, many suns and many moons, made sure that your family will never see a live stream when it starts. Alright, so I think if we time this right, we'll be able to load the second car without having to stop the auto load. Hopefully. Personally, my favorite is paint job number 5. The one with like the silver plate at the front. I like that the best. Yes, it's the color scheme I got for my world. Yeah, the gold and silver. Oh, it's so good. Railroads Online, there is controller support if you use Railroads Online Extended, but only for operating locomotives. And you need the mod, so... The good news is it's like a way that you can remote control your trains, though. So that's something. I sometimes use it, but on a stream like this, I generally avoid it. I've got other things. I don't want it to be too confusing with extended, and like sometimes the train just jolts forward. Man, could you imagine how tough track laying would be on console? Oh. I don't want to imagine that. Boxcar duty, baby. That is true. You'd probably just open up like an options menu and call it there. Please tell me that didn't auto-load. It didn't auto-load. Okay, let's go. That could work. Let's go ahead and center these steel pipes real quick. And just like that, we can start loading. We have 8 in there. Perfect, perfect. It would be cool if they could add, like, controller support to run your locomotives and to move your character around, but I feel like that unfortunately might be a low priority on the developer's list. Yes, they do. W makes it go forward, and S makes it go backwards a little bit. I use it a lot because it's exactly 2%, and so if you start at 0 or 100, you can get down to 10s very, very easily, and it's smooth, it's nice, it's good. It's not perfect, but it's good. Yeah, exactly. You could have it so, like, the thumbstick adjusts it. And yeah, this game does look so much better than some of the other games out there, like, what was it, Train Sim? just the classic train sim, it looks so shoddy in comparison to this. Oh yeah, more fluid movement would be great. Especially, like, doing the whistling there, I found that it's a lot easier to feather the whistle if you're using a controller, because the controller stick is a lot easier to control than your mouse going up and down, you know? If the devs made a new game... Have you heard of the game Railroader? It doesn't look quite as good as this, and it's not really modern trains, but it's worth pointing out. $70 milliseconds, yeesh. Yeah, Railroader looks so good. At least in practice. Visually, it's not quite as impressive as what we've got here, but the contract system, the fact that there's AI-driven trains, it looks so good, and I am hyped to see that game come out. I think everybody I've talked to has been like, yeah, when's that game coming out again? Because I am buying it first chance I get. Yeah, the only problem is that, the only problem with this game and a new PC is that you need like a good graphics card to really get it looking like this. Otherwise it's gonna look like potatoes tried to draw. Which is impressive because I didn't even realize that potatoes had enough limbs to draw in the first place. Open up a whole multiplayer world. I am considering having it so that on this Friday, when I do another stream, I'm going to be doing another stream starting at, I think, probably around 10 a.m. Pacific time. I might open it up so that some players can join and run trains and we get a little more activity going rather than just me running my own trains in my own world. But oh, did I forget? I forgot to take out my pin. Whoops. Yeah, 12 is a little bit silly, but it just means that, hey, you're probably never going to run into any trouble with that, you know? Yeah, it does look like Dusk. I used to play like that, and it's okay, you know? It doesn't look terrible, but it also doesn't look amazing. Alright, now we need... Love to have nighttime operation in this game. It would look so good. Could you imagine if these headlights, like, actually did something, and you would have to have, like, a lantern that would illuminate a little bit of the area around you? That would look so amazing. And I'd love to see that, but I feel like we probably won't see it anytime soon. Unfortunately. Okay, now we want to unlink Oh, I already unlinked it. Never mind. I don't want to do anything. I just want to pull this backwards. The funny thing for me is I don't really have any graphically intense games. Like, there's no really harsh visuals. Like, I feel like I'm talking about Doom here, not like in the level of how impressive the visuals are. I mean, more like blood and gore. But no, like, I don't really have very many graphically impressive games, but the few I do have, this is great for. How do I feel about the upcoming update about coal? I think it's going to be kind of fun. It's something that I feel we're going to need to experiment with to really feel how fun it is to play with, knowing that you have to get coal. But considering that they're going to be adding a large number of locomotives that use it, and we're gonna... I feel like it'll be a fun change of pace to have to move coal to a whole bunch of locations instead of moving like cordwood, you know? Although I learned, I don't know how I didn't know this previously, but you don't need to use cordwood. You can use any wood product that you can see on this platform. I don't know how I didn't know this. And it makes me so sad that I've been playing this game for a year now, and I only recently figured out that you can, like, unload beams to get that stuff. But I think coal will be cool. I'm excited for the new locos, especially. But... oh, it's absolutely going to make an interesting interchange. Somebody in a small Discord server I'm in mentioned that. Mentioned the idea of specifically making a custom map where where one railroad uses the coal mine and another one uses just log stuff. And they're mostly separated, but they still have to interchange at one point. It honestly sounds like a really fun idea, and I'm probably going to design a custom map that's focused on trying to make that happen. But these maps do take a long time to make, so... alright, let's get the brakes on, get these cars into place, and then probably call it there. Okay. Probably have a pin in or link in the other side, so... shove them forward. Yeah, well, now you know, Clyde. Now you know. It was sort of this eye-opening revelation where it's like, you mean I don't have to take cordwood? Especially useful because it means that you can use something like beams to fill it up, and that's like $72 a product. Or $72 a car, I should say. Which means that you get $10 from the logs entering the pond, or $5, I guess, because it's only you get 2 beams for every log you deliver, hypothetically, if you had the full industry. So basically, you get $29 for every time that you deliver 1 piece of wood to a firewood depot. It's really great, and now you know. Yeah, beams probably are the best early game. I originally thought it was cordwood, and I was about to argue that, but like, cordwood takes longer to load, and it's only $10 per load anyways. Sure, it's more money per car, but like... You deliver logs, you're already getting about as much money as you would have before, and then you deliver the beams, less time, around equal money, if not more. There's the link. Okay. Spin this locomotive around. Oh, don't worry, there will definitely be like a screenshot channel if I do this. It might take me a day or so because I want to make sure that I make everything just right first, but it would be good to have a Discord before the next stream, because, you know, we're going to be streaming on Friday again. And that way it's like, oh, you guys are joining? You guys are having fun chatting? Well, let's all have some place to actually hang out, you know? That is a turntable that is very much not lined up correctly. Let's fix this. It's just faster to do it that way. I wish there was some way you could actually, like, have the turntable lock in place, because it would make it so I wouldn't want to blow up the turntable to replace it. Alright, brake on full. I remember when I built my turntable in the first time, and I didn't know that you could snap track to the edge of it, and that was fun. Because I tried to build the track without snapping it, but no, it was the spline update, and turns out you could. I guess we'll do one more quick run downhill, because we can load up on some more lumber, or beams, sorry, it was beams, before I have to call it quits. Throw this switch, throw that switch, make sure that we got a link and pin on the caboose here. We don't, we do now. This is my custom map. I'm currently over here at the ironworks. Oh, shit. Whoops. It's fine. Minor inconvenience. Can this re-rail, please? Okay, I guess I think we have to... Yeah, as Heist says, donk. Yeah, my default map playthrough, I actually have a website. It's just a card website. It's not anything special, but I have a website that shows the track diagrams and also shows some pictures and screenshots of trains in action, so that's fun. I should probably do that for this world because I think it could be a lot of fun, especially if I want to play it on Discord with some friends eventually, or with just people in general, but hard. That wasn't hard. We're good. Actually, maybe after I finish the stream, I should go and like make those those route maps and whatnot. You hit Y on your keyboard. It is perfect for screenshots. I think I mentioned it in one of my videos recently. One of the, it was the Iron Mine video. Because at the time, in the Iron Mine video, I didn't know you could do that. And, I feel like I'm learning random things. Yeah, I can imagine, and it's probably also fascinating when you don't just have companies, but you also just have people operating trains in general. I think one of the fun things about this map is the fact that the Lunar Ridge Log Company is basically its own railroad, and because of this, you're probably going to be, if anybody's operating it at any given time, you have to worry about protecting the crossing, because the crossing is still there in this map. I really love that crossing. It's stupid, I hate it, and I love it. Especially because it happens to be in the center of a yard for some reason. I know the reason, but whatever. One fun thing I've kind of wanted to do for a while is have like a dispatcher who's playing in Railroad Online Extended and is watching over the entire map and remote throwing switches and making sure the trains get to the right places at the right times. That could be a lot of fun. Especially if you had like a larger group of like, let's say, I don't know, 10 people. Heck yeah, that's fun. That's so good. Is it prototypical for the 1800s 3-foot gauge? No. Do we care? No. It's fun. Exactly. We're here to make money. God, this train just... I love the look of it. It's so good. You know, I should probably put on the brakes. These curves are kind of sharp. Yeah, more paint jobs for this engine would be welcome. But it does look good, which is the main reason I bought it. God. It's just reminding me I was thinking of doing a video speculating on what's coming in the next update, but I'm probably not going to have the time to do it, unfortunately. This week's video probably won't be Railroads Online, by the way, just spoiler alert. It will be a train game, but something a little different. It depends on the video. Cause, you know, getting into the right mindset to get the work done isn't easy. And it depends on the length of the video and how many images I want to throw in. Something like the 2-minute 30-second video that we did this last week with the fancy text stuff. That took 2 days. It really took 1.5. The first day I wrote the script, the second day I actually edited down the video. Admittedly, I wasn't like focusing on it 24/7. I was also doing other things, but that's right, you can fly, baby. I do love that you can teleport to telegraph offices as the host. Yeah, 2 days is pretty quick, but that was for a video that was no more than 3 minutes long. For the other one, which was 8 minutes, it took more like 4 to 5. I don't remember exactly how many days it took, but it wasn't... That one, it took a whole week to do, basically. This is currently single player, but I'm probably going to do multiplayer eventually with it. Not tonight. I'm probably just going to end the stream soon and get food and set up a Discord server. But maybe tomorrow I'll host it and like let people in on the password. But the reason I don't think I'm getting this speculation video done is because isn't the update coming out on like the 10th? Wasn't that what somebody said earlier in chat? I don't remember. But if it's coming out on the 10th, I upload on the weekends, generally. I try to, not weekdays. And since that's a Friday... means I'm not going to have the time next week to work on a video, and I already know what video I want to make this week. So, yeah, I'm not going to be able to make that in time then. Maybe I'll make like a small YouTube post, so... Yeah, I'll probably release it in the community tab. I'll make like a small announcement that says... I don't know, something like, people convinced me to do this, or I feel like... I feel like, yes, I'll just say I feel like, and I'll post it. Because I do enjoy a good channel Discord server. I've made one before, though I deleted it because it got pretty inactive. Because most of my subscribers, my 3.8k, are from, what's it called? They're from Just Shapes and Beats. Legitimately, the 1 million view video I have has gained me like 2,000 subscribers alone. Which is a shame, because I haven't played that game in years now. And so because of that, the old Discord server got inactive and I deleted it. But when it was in its prime, oh, that thing was so fun. That thing was so good. If you do try out the new map, I I hope you guys enjoy it. A lot of people seem to be. I'm not in many Discords for Railroad, but the few ones I am, and people have DM'd me like, dude, this map is so sick. It's fun seeing that it's done so well, and I'm glad that people are enjoying it and whatnot. God. When I make this Discord server, I'm gonna use one of these screenshots from this stream. Absolutely, these are beautiful. Yeah, that was my biggest complaint about the main map, is the fact that you can't get started. Like, I know I started on boxcars in the video, but like, a lot of people who boot up this game for the first time, they want to run trains, and you can't, and it sucks. And while this map really isn't for new players, you know, it's really challenging and quite difficult, I still wanted to help cater to them by adding in these tracks, because I think they should have had these tracks in the main map. Like, could you imagine if there was, say, a simple route that goes over to the logging camp from the freight depot with a 4% uphill grade, so it's really steep, so you want to relay it if you know what you're doing. But it also comes within a certain range of the sawmill so that you can very clearly see the sawmill as you're driving the train down. And then maybe a player will think, oh, I should build there. But it also gives you the option. You can run your train back and forth from the freight depot to the logging camp, or you can just, yeah, preset amount of track, yeah. If only. It would have been great to have those pre-laid tracks, but no. Yeah, glad you're having fun. I'm really happy to hear that people are enjoying the map. And yeah, basically I had the same problem. Where in single player, I only ever made it to the coal mine, and in multiplayer, I just played on other people's maps that were already finished. But on this map, I've basically done this all by myself, and I think it's great. And I'm glad others are having the same experience, because that was part of the point. Although, admittedly, most of the point was just trying to make something that I knew I would enjoy, so... Alright, tender brake on. Just make it stop a little faster. Wow, that's... the smelter? That's really not far. But then again, the sawmill is worse. I think technically the farthest I've ever gotten in single player was the ironworks, but I only built a loop of track there so I could deliver coal, and I never built anything else. I think in multiplayer, though, it's an absolute blast to work with others. And, like, lay track, you know? The collaborative effort, baby. We gotta get more of that. And one thing I've been thinking of doing for this channel... Oh yeah, the voice calls are crazy, and sometimes you even need multiple of them just to keep things from getting out of control. Because, good lord, it would be insane. But one of the things I was thinking of doing for the channel was actually having a series where anyone can join who's in the Discord. Not for videos necessarily, but for helping build tracks, buy trains, and try to build a map together as a community. Because I've looked it up so far, and I know it's not been that much time, but nobody's actually made any videos on the custom map, from what I can tell. I looked it up, and admittedly, YouTube search might not be showing me anybody, but... Yeah, if you're gonna do that sort of thing, if you're gonna have this, you probably want to, if you're gonna have multiple people operating at any given time, and you have like 8 or 10 people, you definitely need to have multiple voice chats for like different regions of the map, maybe. And I laid most of this in circle mode. Some of it, you know, like when I'm connecting one piece to the next, I free lay it, but... Circle mode is just easier, you know? At least for me. Yeah, because what I find in Discord voice chats is once you get to 4 to 6 people, that's like a good number, but any more than that is just... it gets too much, and any less than that it can be a little bit awkward and quiet, but it can work out, you know, especially with like 3 people. You can have a great call with 3 people bouncing off each other. Oh yeah, definitely. You'll definitely have to pre-plan routes to on a group map to make things work. But I think that's going to be part of the fun is trying to figure out what everybody enjoys, you know. I think that's going to be part of the fun. I guess we'll see if it comes to fruition. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I have to make the Discord first, but we'll do that tonight. I'll get a post up at like around midnight or something once I've made it. And my favorite locomotive so far is the Glenbrook. I am going to be so happy when they get the reskin for the Cook not consolidation, Mogul. I feel like I like that one. I love the look they've got going for it a little bit more. But it needs to get in the game first, so for now, Glenbrook, because too many paint schemes, great price for the power you get, good top speed, etc., etc. Yeah, the 260. I forgot that they renamed it to the 260 instead of the Mogul for some reason. Yeah, the Glenbrook is just... It's so weird. We talked about this earlier in the stream, but... You have... The porters are mediocre. They have kind of bad stats, you know. They're... No air brakes, weak power, they're dinky and they look kind of weird. They're good for switching, like this one right here that we have over here, but outside of that, you know, there's not much you can do with them. Then you got the Montezuma. You get $500 more for only 1,000 horsepower more. I guess actually we can quickly open the buy menu. You get the Montezuma, which again, just not too much better. I guess it's close to like 1,500 more, or whatever. So that one sucks, in my opinion. The Shay is extremely slow, and its horsepower is comparable to the Eureka, which is only $400 more. And the Eureka is only $200 less than the Glenbrook, and yet the Glenbrook has nearly 2,000 horsepower more. It's silly. Yeah, here's the Montezuma, by the way. We got Roman for the maintenance away train because Roman wasn't built in the day. Fun fact of the day. That's the worst pun I've ever made. Right, let's get this train. Oh, the train is in the siding. Do we have... We do! So let's drop a save real quick, and we're actually going to buy a locomotive before I go. And I have a name for it already. Yeah, the Glenbrook is just better. Okay, this is going to be number 2. I don't think I'm going to have the space to do this without going into Railroad Studio. Yeah, I definitely don't. Looks kind of cool with the name all the way up there, though. I'm going to have to figure out how to do this. So let's go ahead and yeah, the Glenbrook is way faster than the Eureka, though it looks like we're getting a new Eureka model, so I think it's gonna get buffed. I hope so. Let's see, what smokestacks do we have? That one, I guess that's okay, but I prefer these. I like this the best. Okay. Order. What? Check funds. No! No! Alright, you know what? We're gonna have to get I'm gonna cheat in $17 after this. I'm gonna have a $17 quote-unquote loan that I'm going to have to repay because we are buying this Eisler no matter what. Hold on, where is Railroads Online Extended? It's right here. I'm giving myself the cash. We are buying this engine. Okay, let's see here. Cheats. Increase money by 1/7. Enter. Yes, no, please, heck off. I've taken multiple loans on this save. Most of them much larger than $17. But this one, this just hurts my soul. Okay, let's see. We want Orokai, because we're naming these ones after characters from a story I'm writing. Order. Are you kidding me? Did I not give myself the money? Are you serious? There we go. Okay. Money acquired. Yeah, I am a writer. I like writing, and one of the things I'm planning to do on this channel, because to help keep the content interesting, is I'm planning to do an episode of my vanilla playthrough, except I'm going to read aloud an excerpt of said story because people say my voice is really good. Personally, I kind of disagree, but I understand where they're coming from, and you know, once you hear your own voice for so long, it gets kind of tiring or whatever. Oh, I can choose any headlight I want, and it won't add on to the price. That one looks kind of small. This one looks kind of cool. This one looks kind of cool. I think I like this one the best. Alright, let's go ahead and order. And now, let's go see our latest steam locomotive. Yeah, we've been here for... OBS says we've been here for 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 31 seconds. I can't believe I've lasted this long, because this was supposed to be a stream that was supposed to test things. It was supposed to be... I was just trying to make sure my audio worked. I wanted to make sure it sounded good. Oh, that headlight sucks. And now we've been here for 4 hours and 30 minutes. Hey, if it works, you know? Yeah, exactly. Well, it works. And now we have a new locomotive on the line. Which I'm going to go into Railroad Studio and I'm going to rename it. I'm gonna give it the same treatment as the locomotive over here. I forgot. I forgot at the start of the stream somebody said I should park it outside of the shed, and I'm like, you know what, we'll do it. Oh, well, that's one way to start a stream and one way to end it. Because 4 hours ago we put this engine out here, and I now remember that mistake that we made. But yeah, we'll have cool name stuff like adding in the Lunar Ridge Log Co. at the bottom here. Except we'll do that with our good friend over here, Mordecai. Let's go ahead then. Save the game. And I think that's enough for now. Thank you all for joining in. This stream has been a blast. And we're going to do another one on Friday. Probably starting at around 10 a.m. West Coast US time, which is like GMT -8 or PST or whatever. And keep an eye out. I am definitely going to open the Discord server because I feel like even if the server doesn't have like hundreds of people, it'll still have enough to get a nice community going, you know? So, I will see you all around, and maybe I'll see you on Friday. Cheers, folks.